There's going to be some asks in there and an update generally about where we are. And then 27 would be, we are going to do a little bit of a modification to the process over last year. We'll explain why and then get board direction if they're okay with us modifying the 27 budget process over what we did last year, which was pretty intensive. And since we have the same board, we're hoping to maybe streamline some of that a little bit since we don't have a lot of new information in 27 other than, we might have a few things we want to highlight, but we already have a running list of the requests from last year too. And you guys have that packet material and not a lot of that has changed, honestly. So, but anyway, we'll get to it. So Nikki, if you're okay, I'll take the 26 check-in and then you can take the budget process. So, can you zoom in a little, Megan? Thank you.
More?
I think this is good. So this is the funds, the amount collected versus the amount spent. Obviously, our three big funds are the ambulance sales tax, road and bridge, and then the big one on our minds always is the general fund. We are doing pretty well, all things considered, on all fronts. We were right to be conservative with our revenue collections. We are seeing us being fairly close to on track with that. We did do some cute stuff in our budget last year, particularly putting in a reduction coefficient into salaries and benefits to account for turnover. And so far, that has not bit us at all. We are doing really well. We are expending right where we need to be. It looks a little low for how far we are in the year at 38% of our budget, but we get a lot of heavy bills at the end of the year. So our capital stuff gets due. We have some huge subscriptions that are due, debt payments, things like that come at the last 2 quarters that kind of everyone feels great about it until December when they actually have to pay these big bills. So we're comfortable with where we're at. So as a result, staff has been inclined to, with the only in a couple of cases, kind of just hold steady. We will get a little bit into where my mind is at with communicating to staff about 27's budget, but I think for right now, it's pretty much hold fast. We are doing really well. I'm really proud of the team. We have managed a lot of stuff within budget, and we really have not had a lot of unexpected expenses and have kept on top of keeping the financial picture improving. So we will see where our actuals come in through the audit and see how 24, right? Yeah, 2024 actualed out. But if we are in good shape there, then we'll probably have another conversation in 27 about refining our actual expenditure numbers a little more. We had a tendency historically to over budget a little bit on expenditures and then never really hit the number. What killed us in 24's budget cycle to 25 was the fact that we've missed so bad on revenue. So revenue, we're getting more accurate. Expenditures is a little bit more fluid. So we think we still might have some float in there that we can tune down in some areas depending on how the actuals come back for 24.
And do our snow dances to get more.
Yeah, and given the
Tourist
headwinds this year, we're actually seeing a little bit of recovery in sales tax over the summer. Idaho Springs particularly is doing very well. Town is doing better than I would have expected. But we went through a bad snow season. Lodging tax is still down, but not as bad as other places. We're pretty resilient to being a little bit more affordable to, I think, some of the headwinds that some other people are seeing. But it also just has to do a lot with all credit to staff and the board and everyone else of just being smart about us not spending money on what we need to spend. Facilities has saved an astronomical amount of money doing stuff in-house. Now, granted, there are situations, thank you, Jody, for emptying a trash can, where we still miss stuff because we're thin, but we're really spending a lot less on outside services too. We're doing a lot more stuff in-house and trying to maximize staff's paycheck, basically.
I have a question on your thing here. It says percentage spent, which you talked about.
Mhm.
Percentage collected, is that the same thing like you see? Emergency telephone at 26.1%, just we haven't gotten all those.
Yeah, we get those, I think, quarterly, and they're generally pretty late. Sales tax comes in every month, but it's from 2 months prior. So whatever we collect now is really from June. And then lodging tax is paid, it's paid every month, but they're only required to pay the state every quarter. So we usually get 2 months of like no money, and then 1 month, the last of the year of the quarter, we get a big check. Property tax is collected twice a year, which is still the majority of the general fund. So it just depends. I mean, all of these are on very, very different timelines. So
This is one of the things that I wanted to dig into, make sure I understand. This one of two property tax payments has come in.
Mhm.
I think there are a handful of people out there that just pay the whole bill when they
Mhm.
get it. But almost everybody that's on a mortgage, it's double. So do you think it's safe to assume, either of you, that at this point, is it slightly more than 50% of property taxes that we expected are in?
that's a good question. I'd have to check with Carolee. I don't know. Because property tax, we've routinely hit that number at the end of the year every time within plus or minus less than 1%. My focus on tracking is always on sales tax because of the volatility. Because the mills are the mills, the taxes get paid. We might have some liens and people not pay, but generally we've been very, very good at getting that number right. So I'm not aware of the timing as far as what percentage pays up front. I will say that less than 15% of the houses in the county are not on a mortgage. It might be someone paying it once,
15?
15, less than 15.
So what I'm trying to figure out, the question is, we have a lot of different funds here with different mixes.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to understand, like, ambulance sales tax looks like it's collecting a good bit less than we projected. But the general fund is up. And then if you look at property taxed funds, we see variation there too. Let's compare human services to open space, where human services, it looks like it's pretty far behind. Maybe there's state payments in there.
There's state payments in there. That's the problem with the human services fund, is all of the payments we get to the state from the state go through the same fund. Same thing with public health. It's the direct, so it depends on the timing of the grants, the timing of the state payments, everything else. I think where we'd want to see some concern is the emergency services district. So I want to talk about the distinction between the two, because the emergency service district is strictly a mill, right? And it's a mill in a kind of a subcategory of the entire county. We actually have fairly low closing counts and a very low mortgage rate in that part of the county. As in, not as many people have mortgages in the unincorporated west part of the county as the east side of the county, where the open space fund is paid from, because it's a countywide collection. The same difference with this ambulance sales tax. The reason the ambulance sales tax looks so low is because we're just now getting our summer sales tax payments.
Could I just
Yeah.
want a clarification so I can track this better?
Mhm.
You're saying the east side has more mortgages or less
A
mortgages?
higher rate of mortgages than the west side of the county
So the
does.
west side of the county, more of them own their own
Mhm.
property.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's less of them, number one. Two, the house values are less,
Mhm.
and people have been in the houses a lot longer.
It's an older community and.
Okay.
The east side of the county is younger professionals. We see a lot more turnover in real estate, and when you turn over real estate, chances are there's a mortgage involved.
Okay.
Now that's not true at the super high end, but most people still need to debt service their house. It's more work. There's also there's higher workforce participation rates over there, which means people are still working, which means they're probably on a mortgage. It's not a huge deal. But because of the way the ESGID works, where it's just this like weird section of the county that's the unincorporated west side.
Okay.
And it's 100% dependent on sales tax, right? I mean, property tax. It's only property tax in there. Whereas The ambulance sales tax, we collect a lot more of our sales tax revenue in Q3 through the end of Q3 because that's the summer, because we're 2 months delayed. So we're just collecting June now. So our big bucks from sales tax don't come in until the end of the year. So a pure sales tax fund looks low, but it's because of the asymmetry. I mean, our payments for sales tax in August are 3 times what they are in February,
Huh.
right?
Okay.
So until we get those summer dollars, we don't,
We need
we
more
get pretty
skiers stopping
get
off
pretty
for
low,
lunch.
yeah.
Okay.
pretty low. So that's part of the reason. All of these are pretty complicated. Same thing with lodging tax. You see definitely more revenue over the summer. And it is a good question for Carolee, and I'm happy to come back on what she thinks the percentages of the people who pay upfront versus over escrows.
I don't know that
Yeah.
personally, I don't need the answer to that question. What I'm trying to get a sense of here, I look at the general fund having collected almost $2 million more than budgeted in the first
Mhm.
6 months. And I'm wondering if we think that means that we will collect $2 million more by the end of the year. Will
I
it
don't
double?
think so.
Will we have collected 4 million more?
We haven't seen that historically. We've seen that our property tax collections hit the number pretty square. I mean, there's some underpayment, but
And there's sales tax in there, and there's all kinds of
and there's intergovernmental revenues where we transfer money from the EMS fund and the public works fund to the general fund. There's also grant reimbursements are in there, insurance reimbursements are in there. So it's not strictly those two things. So what we look at is where we were historically with that pretty much the same asset mix, for lack of a better term, of who's paying into this fund. Where were we in August of last year? Where are we now? What did our collection kind of curve look like? We're right on track with where we think we need to be for that.
So
it's barely.
You're estimating that general fund revenues will be at budget by the end of the year, in spite of the fact that right now we're up by $2 million.
They might be a little short, actually, if I had to put Met on it, but because of sales tax, because it depends on how much we catch up from a pretty weak winter and a non-existent rafting season.
Right.
So I think there's more chance than not that we're shorter. We're short, but it will be $100,000, $200,000, $400,000 short, not millions short. That would be my guess. Having said that, fully transparently, I am very risk averse when it comes to that stuff. So that might be my own personal bias, but we are still behind on sales tax revenue where we were last year. And we hit our number within $100,000 last year. So I would imagine unless there's a colossal summer recovery, we're probably going to be short.
I'm bringing 4 friends up to ride the gondola next week, so.
Good. Make sure they go to a restaurant. So we get paid.
Concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're okay. This is actually, I'm actually pretty happy with where we are. I was really, really getting anxious in March. Think we're covering okay. I'm really happy about expenses. We do know we have a little bit of a late spend, so that number will come up. But we're right where we need to be, I think. And so we're going to have some asks in here. They're fairly limited in scope. Obviously, we had $5 million of the stuff that didn't get funded in 27. So that's our true gap of what we think we actually need to function. But given what we came into and all the headwinds this year between gas prices and the economy and the no winter and 2 emergencies and all that kind of stuff, I think we're okay.
Thank you.
Did you have, Nikki, any other thoughts on this?
No, that was very thorough. Thanks.
Can you next slide, Megan, please? Okay, so the first one is one that we did see last year a little bit. We want to re-elevate this one, partly because you'll see 2 of these requests either partially or in fully are trying to address two issues. One is an increased amount of workload that we're gonna see. So eligibility. Oh, is Sarah not here? Shoot.
Let me check.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I can cover it. Maybe I forgot to tell her to be here. That's my mistake. I'll text her.
I'm doing it.
Thank you. Okay. So we're about to have to basically double the workload of our eligibility workers. The HR1 transition is going to go from a once a year eligibility verification to twice a year. We did manage to get a second eligibility worker last year, which is a fully remote position, which has worked out amazingly. What we're gonna do is, but Tammy, who is a rock star, and the only reason we can function with half the FTE count is Gilpin for the same service, is retiring at the end of 27. So what we would like to do is get an early budget approval to backfill another worker so that they can learn. There's two reasons. One is we need resiliency over there. And probably need the capacity. Two, these positions are incredibly hard to fill. They take months and months and months and months. And so the earlier we can list it and post it, and Carol Ann is here. I mean, these are one of the most difficult positions to fill, right? The longer runway we have to get somebody hired. So we would like to get early authorization, and honestly, it might take us the rest of the year to even fill the job.
Is this a position that we want somebody like the last one, like ready to go, or is this totally a trainable position?
I think they're both. They have to be certified, right? Don't they have to be certified? So it is a little bit of both. Obviously, getting
That's what takes so long is.
it's a limited pool of people, and it doesn't pay that well. And we're expensive. And what I mean the front range is expensive. So our fully remote person works in a more affordable part of the state. And we've actually been able to keep that job. This job turns over, I think this job has turned over 4 times since I've been here. Or we just can't fill it. So we'd like to actually get a second one to try to get filled so that we have a better team to transition Tammy off of when she retires. And we still don't really have a good handle on how much more work these eligibility requirements are going to take. Once the retirement happens, we will reassess and come back to the board on how we want to keep this going forward. But I think if there's ever a time for us to potentially overhire, it's now, because we have a huge transition coming. The positions take a long time. Can you go to the next slide, Megan? So this is the costs, right? This is kind of the timeline of HR1. We haven't really seen, we're not in September yet. We're not in December yet. Our eligibility case manager is retiring. So we're asking for the case manager position to backfill it basically and transition the two off of each other. And then we might go back down to 2.
And this is a now ask, right?
Yes.
All of these are now asks.
These are now asks because of how long it's going to take us to potentially fill that position. We might budget it now and get the budget request and not spend $1 on it until December. We just don't know. But what we don't want to do is wait until January, take us 6 months to hire that job, and then not have any time to transition that person potentially, right? So this allows, by funding the position now, it allows us to post the job, which would then help us figure out how to.
And that would be posted. I know that it was reformed to allow for remote. This would be that model.
This one, I don't know. I think we would depend on what our pool looks like.
Cause this one's possibly replacing Tammy.
Potentially. And so that we do need someone here.
Yeah.
So that's part of the reason why we might need more of a runway here too.
I don't want to over formalize this as direction at this point, but I think we probably all would agree it's in the county's interest for one of those 2 or 3 FTEs to have an anchor here.
I agree. And that's part of the reason why we are also looking at potentially an elevated position too, to be able to pay that premium to have them here.
So I guess I'm also thinking next year when all this hits, that's a little bit of a cushion too.
Yes.
Out the,
That's the other thing is it then it also potentially would allow us to get a little bit of a buffer until we figure out really what's gonna happen over there with this increase. Cause I mean, this is essentially doubling their workload overnight.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, maybe even more than that, given that there's more work requirements, things like that. People are really frustrated. It's been pretty hostile over there towards staff, which isn't really their fault, but that's who they have to yell at. So we definitely understand people's frustration, but having said that, that also means that we kind of just need to I think we would be wise to do this sooner rather than later.
I agree. It's so much pressure. I mean, like the whole medical system is basically now going to be reliant on the effectiveness at the county level of helping people get through all this new red tape.
and we're already really lean.
Yeah.
I mean, we are very dependent on one high performer. So,
And that's the performer who is retiring.
I mean, yeah.
we discussed also in the past combining with Gilpin. Would this be a,
I think it's something that we could talk to Gilpin about. I think, you know, I think in the eligibility worker case, that's actually one of the best reasons to do it. Because they have good staff over there too.
and they're our backup now?
And vice versa. But it also depends on a regionalization, things like that. If you guys would like to, I could ask Gilpin if we want to add that to the joint session on the 18th to talk to them more formally about it. Because they lost their director. So if it's something that we do want to talk about transitioning, I think this is the time to do it. Obviously,
And that was like a 60-40 still?
I think honestly, given how much administrative burden whoever owns the department has, it would be more like 55-45.
Okay.
Because it's, you know, or we look at there's a couple of models around the state. What we don't have a good example of is two like size counties, like close counties. A lot of times what you have is like a tiny county next to a huge county. Like it'd be us. What we see in the state is more like we outsource to Jeffco,
Right.
right? Or we're like a rounding error on their caseload, whereas we're doubling ours essentially. Right? We're close enough to Gilpin to where it's a different. It's going to be a different relationship, I think. There's some to work to there. I think from staff's perspective, our preference would be more like a customer client relationship with Gilpin. If they would like, we would still like to own the process and then just provide them services rather than a dual management, because that just gets with
Yeah, I know there's,
six board members, that gets a little
and
hard.
there's a lot of people in the community that do know the Gilpin,
Mhm.
you know, they're over here enough, so.
I think there's some validity there. I think that the eligibility worker efficiency is a big one. And the other one is what's going to happen with the SNAP payments punishment. So we're, you know, absorbing that between two counties will be a lot easier than each one doing it individually, but we can definitely look more into that and be ready to talk about it on the 18th if it's something that you want. Right now, the only thing we're scheduled to talk to Gilpin about is the VSO position, but
Oh,
we could talk about all of human services potentially.
and we're not talking to them about this place?
That's another topic.
Okay.
No, I meant as far as human services goes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm good with it if.
I am.
I'm open to expanding the conversation.
Okay, so I'll talk to Gilpin and see if we can get that added. It'll be a very loose conversation at this point. We have not really spent a lot of time looking at what that would look like. But I think if the boards are giving staff direction at that point to explore it further, that would be good.
The big challenge here, I've been talking about this with Sandy Hollingsworth for 5 or 6 years, and the big challenge is just when there are two sitting directors, the conversation is pretty much frozen. And then when there's a vacancy, can you get through the conversation fast enough
Mhm.
to actually result in an operational change before one department is overwhelmed from not having a director?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we're gonna decide we really want to have the conversation, I think we would have to make it a high priority. And probably shift some other things around to be able to meet a timeline.
Okay.
That's my sense.
Anything else on this one?
I'm favorable.
Can you go to the next slide?
God, I'm out here on an island, colleagues. What do you think?
Oh, the other one we just wanted to keep in y'all's pin light for HHS. I'm sorry, I have this in here, was just, we still don't know what our funding is looking like. So this might be a very complicated 27. We don't have any information to present at this point. There was some conversation in 26's budget process about bringing you guys numbers. We thought we would know more at this point. We still don't really know.
It's the $1 million question.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that more in 27. Having said that, it's just a heads up. We might be coming back if we find out our payments got obliterated. But we just don't know yet. Yeah. Especially on our administrative portion of what we're allowed to spend on admin. Next one.
This is the next one. Are you done with?
Yeah,
this
next one. Okay, yeah. So the next two are kind of combined a little bit. One is, we have had there was a lot of reductions made in StatCom, the old StatCom department in 24.
What does that stand for?
Strategic and community development.
Planning.
Strategic planning, community development.
Community and strategic.
Thank you. Sorry.
Amy's old job.
Amy's old job. It's planning, building, and open space. And was Charlie's Place. We moved Charlie's Place. Transportation. So, we pared down open space a lot. When Amy left, we converted that position into a public lands manager. That was kind of dependent on this idea on an existing workload state that's changed a lot. The public lands manager didn't work out, the initial hire. Now we are losing our trail supervisor. The only two people left who have any open space kind of knowledge is Martha and Lisa, who are both retiring within the next 2 years. So the open space committee has not been in love with how that department's been run. I do not have the time to spend a lot of time over there with them. So when we came to the board previous in the year and said we wanted to hire, we wanted the community development director position back, the idea was that we would sacrifice position internally to do that. After Carol Ann's assessment and my assessment of open spaces needs, I don't think that's a good idea. We really got to focus where this organization has spent intention, has spent time fixing, we have gotten way better results. I think open space needs that kind of attention, and I can't do it if my community development director sacrifices the public lands manager position to backfill their job, right? Whoever internally gets that hire still has existing work they have to do. And we are already so lean, and and this was my mistake. The depth of, not that open space isn't doing well, it's that we have a lot of transition coming to modernizing that department. And historically, the community development director has been responsible for that. But what we've shown over time is that they just don't have the time to do it. Especially now that we have been a lot easier to work with in planning and building. We're getting a lot more applications for business. We are getting a lot more work. We have people and the other complication here is the long-term planner, which you guys approved for. Now that we're in the MPO, in order to maximize transportation, I need to give that person more of that. I need to give that thing more of that person's time. So we're running out of capacity to really focus on open space in the way that we need to. And that means learning from our two public matter experts, rethinking whether or not we need to be doing the trails crew the way we're doing it, better aligning with open space committee's needs, the commission's needs, and making sure that open space is part of like this larger puzzle that we're trying to put together for the county and not on their own island. And I think historically they have been a little bit. Partly that's been a result of the way we've organized it. So my ask would be that no matter who, whatever internal hire we make to backfill the director, we get an authorization to backfill whatever their old job was. So I can keep that public lands manager. And this in my mind is a temporary overhire. Because once Lisa and Martha retire, we can come back and if we've got things running smooth at that point, maybe we don't refill those positions. But right now, I do not have capacity to backfill that job.
Say those positions, you mean like Martha's position?
Martha's position or Lisa's position, depending on what the needs are at the organization at the time. But what I know right now is that we are transitioning the water aspects of Lisa's job pretty well. It's the BLM land, all her historical knowledge with the Georgetown historical lands and all that stuff. Plus just trying to stabilize open space. I mean, you're doing a lot of it. I'm doing a lot of it. We're kind of all over the place. Now that we're losing, we lost the trails crew lead. We've lost the public lands manager. We just need to stabilize it before they leave. And then once those retirements happen, we can make an assessment on whether or not we need both of those positions still.
And then also talking about the trails lead, I think open space has talked about maybe converting that more into a management position and not just a trails.
We will come back to the board in 27 probably with that assessment because we need to get through the summer with the trails crew. Because right now we don't have any budget crew because we are paying one of the former trail supervisors to do Logan's job to get us through the summer, which is their workload. And then that staff will all be off in the winter and we can reassess at that point.
Is it the trails team that comes by? I know people drop off household trash, big glad bags of trash at the open space. Is it the trails team that picks that up or is that the maintenance?
Well, it formerly was the maintenance manager, and now the trails team does it, but they also have workloads that the Forest Service and CPW are now paying them for that they need to do too. So we don't do a good enough job on trailhead management as we historically did when we had both a kind of a trails facilities position and a trails manager. I think the future state would probably look like one position that relies more heavily on the seasonals for trails works and owns bathrooms, trailheads, trash pickup, that kind of all year, more routine stuff. And then the seasonals are a project by project crew and not doing general maintenance. Cause it's really, really difficult to do both.
Yeah, and it seems like before Martha leaves, I don't know that the bathroom situation is gonna be fixed. So that would go on whoever, depending on who gets the strategic planning. It's gonna go on that's their responsibility to look into grants or something to fix those.
Or the public lands manager. So what this is asking for is that we don't sacrifice the public lands manager for the director, right? That we keep that middle level of StatCom the same. We have a planning manager, we have a chief building official, and we have the public lands manager,
Did you say chief?
chief building official.
Excuse me. Thank
Okay.
you.
What?
No, that
I
was.
thought you said cheap.
Oh, no, chief building official. Chief building official, that we keep that level of that org the same because that public lands manager is going to have a lot to do in a very short amount of time. And I don't know if the director is realistically going to be able to do that with everything else that they have to do.
Yeah, because that's where I think we're falling short, because you see, we're having to pick and choose now which meetings we're going to,
Yeah.
and they're all important. Like I couldn't make the meeting with the National Forest because I was at another legislation meeting and we're sacrificing things.
And for us, our public lands is all about partnership. Because so much of the land is not ours, right? And it's about making sure that we have a voice and that you just kind of run out of time.
Right.
Um,
But the public lands manager would have been the person to go to that meeting.
right, exactly. So what I would like to do is keep all three. So the cost you're seeing there is basically a backfill for what internal hire, so that we can actually plus one an FT in that org. So that we can really focus on everything that we need to do there over the next 2 years.
Okay, can I ask the hard question here? Do we need this more than we need a deputy county manager for 144,000?
Well, so that one, so they're kind of combined. If you guys agree to this one, and we can go to the next slide, because that'll kind of explain it a little bit better. So, the deputy county manager position, we feel like we can actually do that. It requires us to be able to shore up Stratcom. It requires that as part of the situation, but we don't, what the other idea here is, in addition to that, reorganizing the way the leadership works at the county level. So at the top, basically, there's me, and then there's 8 directors, I think. And it's all flat from there, right? And then, so the ask would be, instead of hiring an additional position, I promote one of those directors and then combine 2 divisions underneath them. Right? So you're only paying the delta on that salary, not a whole new position. Because I think if it's the right division and that manager, that new manager keeps their old department, then they can help keep the old department and division operating. And you're only talking about the difference in a salary, not a whole new salary, which would take what I would lose half my reports, which I desperately need because I have 12.
Mhm.
And I'm going to be more available to the people internally, because right now my obligations to the outside of the agency, the towns, the Dr. Cog, whoever, y'all, eats up so much of my time that I'm very lucky I have such a strong leadership team, because I do not watch them in the way that maybe I should, honestly, but at some point it's going to become a problem, and I don't want it to wait until that point. So, so the idea would be to do, and I'm not going to, if you guys want specifics about which division and which person and all those things, I'm happy to talk about that in an executive session.
Mhm.
But but I think the idea would be is if we have the authorization to explore a promotion
Mhm.
for basically 2 people, the person who's absorbing the additional division and the director that is now going to become essentially a deputy county manager. We're not adding a deputy county manager. We're just paying the deltas on those 2 positions to accomplish that, to basically functionally get one. But in order for that to work, Stratcom needs to be holed up, because otherwise whoever gets Stratcom, they're just going to operate, all of their time is going to be sucked into fixing, transitioning open space, dealing with 9 million permit applications, all that kind of stuff. So, we need both. So for $180,000, essentially, you would get a backfilled a backfilled Stratcom manager, which allows you to keep the public land manager and transition open space, and a deputy county manager, right? Which is less than the deputy county manager alone would cost. And you're going to see just a steeper org chart. It's not going to be so flat at the top.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Those microphones are real sensitive.
I didn't say anything.
Sorry,
that I
for
wouldn't have been-
clarification, we're rebranding Stratcom once we hire that director to community development.
In the last organizational
last
chart,
org
it was
chart, it
renamed
says.
community development, so I was just making sure that
Yeah.
we knew what we were talking.
But since we haven't hired the director yet, we're still calling it Stratcom.
Right.
So that's my fault. Thank you.
No, I think Stratcom is cooler and I'd rather keep
It is
that.
cool, but it's also.
But only if we could call it
It's
the
also
Stratcom.
impossible to hire on the market because nobody calls their
Right.
position that, so you have to pay this person.
Right.
So,
We're so creative.
uh,
Okay, I really like this plan. I think that this is, we've been for years now trying to manage fiscal responsibility with adequate bandwidth, and we've, I think, ended up on both sides of that line over different periods of time. And I think, I mean, this is the best proposal I've seen yet to try to organize and address challenges.
Can we go to the next slide? Oh, yeah, so this is kind of there's a couple of other parts of the budget amendment we would need to do. If you guys agree to the previous two proposals, the county manager's office and Stratcom combined is 179. We would need to add the authorization for 1.5 FTEs to Mountain Youth Network. The reason it didn't include it here is 100% grant funded. It's just mainly a bureaucratic amendment. We will add, if we can add the eligibility worker, that's about 78 grand. We need to add the revenue from the Georgetown Police contract into the budget, which is again a net zero cost. It's just literally putting the expenses and the revenue in there, so it's in the budget. We are probably, hopefully, selling a building this year. So as we discussed last year, we would like to add those revenues and potentially a capital allowance bucket from some of that money being used for some back to capital projects. We will come back to the board with the specifics, but we would just like to add 100 grand of potentially a $500,000 to $1.5 million worth of property being sold this year to an allowance that allows us to plan to that number.
Plan for capital.
Capital that we backfilled, because the idea in the 26 budget cycle was that we would come back to the board once we had sold a building to go through those. I think at this point, we're not delivering any of those projects this year, so that'll be part of the 27 process. But we would still like to move some of that into the capital fund at this opportunity in case something comes up.
And capital fund is for capital
Yes.
improvements of existing.
Yeah, we have a capital improvement fund.
Okay,
We would
thank
just
you.
like to put some of that revenue, 100 grand of it into that revenue. It'll be wiped at the end of this year. In case we don't spend it, it'll go back to the general fund.
Okay.
And we can re-talk in 27. But it would give us a little bit of breathing room in case something happens and we're not having to do a second budget amendment if the roof breaks or something. And then I believe you guys had a work session with the treasurer's office on their backfill
Right.
staffing, so that would be in here too. So the total budget amendments would be these 6 things. 1.5 FTEs, 100% grant funded for Mountain Youth Network. Just the revenues and expenses for Georgetown's police service, the eligibility worker backfill for to shore up that department. Potentially none of that money would get spent this year. Because we have no idea how long it's gonna take to fill that job. The shoring up Stratcom / community development, and the county manager's office for 180. And then some, 23,000 for the treasurer's office, which is just a temporary overhire. And then the resource center sale, allowing some of that money to go to just the capital improvement fund, just as a safety net.
Colleagues, a couple things I want to dig into here of these 6. One, and I'm sorry I didn't notice this earlier. I see here cost on this slide for that HHS eligibility worker backfill at 78,000. I see the estimate on the slide that's specific about it, 23. That's probably because a lot of those is accounting for
What?
the state's portion.
No, I might have put the treasurer's office number in there on accident when I was making the slides. The treasurer's office would only be 23. We would ask for the full 78 for the eligibility worker.
And that eligibility worker, there's no chance that the state, I thought there was like an 80% cost share on labor costs and
We can look into that.
I'm happy.
75, yeah.
I'm happy to authorize it now. I think it's worth looking into whether we.
Yeah, these are total numbers. They're not the general fund impact. So we'll figure out what the split is with the state fund.
Okay.
So we're looking at adding about 270,000 minus the 100.
Well, so the treasurer's office is temporary. So that's a one-time, because eventually that FTE count will go, once the election's over and they reappoint and all that kind of thing, that will go back to pretty much the way it is now. Actually a little bit cheaper.
You think
The eligibility worker will be, yes, it'll be 25% on the general fund, 75% on the state, so 20-something thousand. And then the other one is 100% on the general fund. So you're looking at 200 grand for the general fund over the long term. Now, having said that, and then the treasurer's office authorization is temporary, the capital is one-time expenses. And it's coming from a building sale. So yeah, it's 200,000 roughly to the general fund safely.
I'm sorry, I don't need to interrupt if you.
That was just my question that he answered.
I have one other, I think I'm just gonna make this as a comment. The adding 1.5 FTEs to Mountain Youth Network. Using GROC settlement funds. It's probably worth a conversation with the program manager at the GROC about the trade-off between adding those 1.5, expanding the program versus longevity of GROC funding for the program.
Okay.
There's potential for like a contract amendment that, instead of burning money faster, we decide to use it to sustain that program longer.
Okay.
I fear what happens to Mountain Youth Network in an environment where it's the general fund's responsibility. So I don't want to right now as have this board say we don't want to authorize this, but I know we're a work session, so if we direct that you bring back a supplemental, I would just ask that when you bring back the supplemental, you are informed by a conversation with the GROC about the trade-off between enhanced capacity and longevity.
Because this was in there, was this an ask of Mountain Youth Network or where did this come from?
It was their plan once they got the GROC grant. And they just need board authorization to add any FTEs, even if they're free. So.
And if I remember,
Free.
Mountain Youth Network pretty quickly went from not having any identified funding source to getting GROC and then getting another grant.
Mhm.
And so the reason now the GROC funds are enabling an expansion is because of that other grant we got. So I just would like to know more about the long-term sustainability of these grant funds and make sure we're blending them for longevity.
All right, that's fair.
Because I don't know if you agree with that.
Thought that was a good point.
That's news. I didn't know that was an option, so we'll bring them back here.
I don't know if it's an option or not, but
Yeah.
and I can talk to Rose offline.
Next slide, Megan, if you can. Okay, so I'll trend do I have board direction to do both the general fund asks for the org chart and Stratcom and the HSS worker?
You have mine.
We're unanimous, all 6?
Okay, cool. So we'll have a conversation with Mountain Youth Network and come back to the board at some point, and we can maybe handle it offline. But it will inform the budget amendment that will get submitted. For 2027, I'm going to defer to Nikki on a lot of this. However, we are making really good progress with getting ClearGov up and running. So you're going to see a much more digital version of the budget this year. And I think for my message to staff, and I guess my budget message to the board, is that we're transitioning from a time of a lot of chaos between just trying to get our feet under us, transition this organization. We were making a lot of great progress. I think the focus for me for 27 is about long-term sustainability. So we're going from kind of embrace chaos, embrace change, innovate to endure what we've built. Make sure that we're not building something on a house of sand where we have one person leave and the whole thing comes apart, right? Or we have made some really great hires. We have really high performers now, but we're also very, very dependent on them, right? We have people doing 10 jobs, so we need to start looking at how do we once we get to a place where we can actually function, how do we sustain that over the long term? So that when boards change, when people leave and come, we still have a healthy organization that's not going to revert to some bad habits. And that and it's, part of the reason why we were having the conversation about Charlie's Place is it isn't thinking about next year. It's thinking about what does 2030 look like? What does 2035 look like? So we're going to spend a lot of time in 27 focusing on that. To make sure that we're aligned with that long-term goal. And that means you might see some different types of asks in 27 that are more aligned with that. Okay, well, that's all I have to say. So if you,
Good afternoon by 2 minutes, everyone. I am celebrating my 3-month anniversary, so it's great to be here. So one of the things that I think is really amazing and I'm looking forward to immensely is ClearGov for getting our budget organized and sustainable. I have looked at previous budget books. They're awesome. They have all the information that we need. One of the things I've been researching this year, however, is the Government Finance Officers Association is not necessarily focusing on charts and graphs. What they really want to focus on is telling our story. And I think having ClearGov is a really wonderful opportunity for us to do that, as well as show a lot of charts and graphs and information and data. And so within ClearGov, we have the opportunity to do this. Our data has been loaded, and I am currently building division pages, fund pages, all the wonderful things. So in terms of my budget message, I think long-term affordability and long-term sustainability is really key here. As Colton was saying, we have a lot of high performers. We have a lot of people, not a lot of people doing a lot of things. And so to get standardization, especially with the budget book, in my opinion, will help us in, especially the finance department, not be as stressed out or not having the resources of one person, i.e. the finance director, going, dark for 3 months trying to get a document like this published. So really excited about that. And I'm happy to, if anybody would like to see a demo, happy to do that. But I'd like to, if you could flip to the next page. One of the things that I was thinking about after I got hired was, first of all, what is a budget book? A budget book is really a policy document, right? Like it's your message. So the Board of County Commissioners, it's your message. And it's our job to take these policies and this data and project that message or spread that message to our constituents, to visitors, to our staff. And so I want to make sure that our budget book is a policy document, that it's a financial plan, right? So we have funds, we have sources, we have divisions, we have revenue, expenditures, fund balances, all of those wonderful things that we need to wrap up into a financial plan that's easy to understand. So that if I come in new to the county and I wonder what in the heck is a fund balance, I can click on a section in our budget book and it'll tell me exactly what that is and why it's important. Our budget book, I think, is also an operations guide. So wrapping all of those things into one package can tell people who read our book how we operate. And it is also a communications tool. So one of the great things about ClearGov is that we can make sure that it's accessible and that it is easy to understand, like I said, and promotes transparency. Now, this got me also thinking, we need a budget philosophy. And I am big on acronyms, so I apologize in advance, but I came up with ASPIRE. And what ASPIRE stands for is accountability, strategic, being prepared, being innovative and embracing technology. More importantly, being responsible with all those dangerous tools, and then also being efficient. And so that's the budget philosophy that I would like to help guide the 2027 budget book. And I think it just helps give structure to what we're about to put forward. Next slide, Megan. So why are we here? So 2027 kickoff objectives. So what we're gonna do, review the county's current financial position, right? So where have we been? Where are we currently? And where are we going? So this is all part of our financial vision of our financial plan. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the economy. We need to talk about national, state, and local issues that are at the forefront of everyone's minds. Introduce our budget philosophy. So the ASPIRE framework, and also letting the ASPIRE framework tell our constituents what our budget process is and what our financial policies are and what budget assumptions we make. And more importantly, what's our long-term vision? So we're not just doing this, and I'm not just freaking out because I need to do 1 year of a financial plan. I want to do multi-years, lots of long-term financial planning, which is key. And it's key that everyone understands that and that it's transparent. Reviewing the annual budget process. So we're data gathering right now. We're putting things together. Our division directors are thinking about what is needed. You know, what are their goals? What are their performance measures? How are they going to get there? And then, you know, we want to walk through that with you all and everyone else so that we can build this together. And then launch the 2027 budget development cycle. So this is it. So we got ClearGov in July and now we're in August. So we're building data. We're coming up with the financials. Division directors, like I said, are busy working on their visions. And we will consider it launched, basically. And we'll get to the timeline here in a second.
Can I pause you before we jump into the budget environment? I have some comments about process that I think I'll hold, but there's just, you use the word philosophy, which is always a risk. I love your acronym. You have a great career in front of you in a legislature somewhere, having people title bills. And I'm looking at what's here and I'm asking myself what's missing. And I don't think I have to mess up your acronym to get what I think is missing into here. What's missing is that our budget should reflect the needs of the community. It should be responsive to emerging needs, whether it's maybe it's wildfire, not maybe, it's wildfire. But there's a budget that's responsive to emerging conditions would have been making housing investments a decade earlier than we started, for example. So I would suggest that the word responsible is redundant enough with the other stuff that the word responsive, as in responsive to changing conditions in the community, would be a great way to augment this philosophy.
You already have changing conditions under prepared. Emerging risks.
I felt like I read changing conditions under prepared as more like the stuff that affects us. Like, are we going to get a grant next year? Are the feds going to change a grant process on us? I really would like to, especially if we're talking publicly about our budget philosophy, that core plank of that, I don't have to insist on the letter or the word, but something that speaks about our budget reflects the needs of the community and how we're making investments that reflect those needs.
Right. No, I love that. And I do have a graphic that's built into the ClearGov platform. That's a pretty easy to understand graphic. And I am more than happy to weave in more of the community's needs, especially under the prepared section. You know, plan proactively for changing conditions and emerging risks. Well, what does that mean? So I am happy to take a look at that, and adding a few words here and there is really, I think, going to make a great impact. So thanks for that suggestion. And maybe we add a C and call it conspire. I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
Thanks for indulging my philosophical.
I can also remove the word philosophy because I am no philosopher. So you let me know.
It's with some personalities, it's a risk. You know, you end up getting long rambles.
I ramble.
Colton, you're doing a really good job controlling yourself.
Yeah, I know. That's me.
All right. Budget environment. You know, this is at the forefront of most everyone's mind right now. What is going on in our current environment? What's going on nationally in Colorado, in Clear Creek County, and how does it affect me as a taxpayer, as a resident, as a person traveling through the county, wondering why I just got a $250 ticket. You know, all of these things matter, and we need to talk about them, and we need to make sure that we are transparent enough that our community sees these and maybe adds their own, you know. Well, these are all great, Nikki, but what about, you know, my kid can't walk to school because of XYZ, or, you know, all things we need to take into consideration and weave that into our 2027 budget, because it's not just my document that I throw into a fancy software. It's the community's document. It's everyone's document. And so I want to make sure that we're hitting on all of the things that affect our budget and infect our environment, impact our environment, not infect it. And so that's what you will see inside the budget book as well. Next slide. So the 2027 budget process, again, we are right in the beginning stages, but we're making a lot of progress. So strategic planning, that's what I'm doing. I have a strategic framework document that I'm working on right now that includes our mission, our guiding values, our strategic priorities, strategic investments, measuring success, all in consideration of communication, improvement, integrity, relationships, inclusion. And so I think I mentioned to you when I was hired that I have a fine arts degree. This to me is a big challenge to fit a lot of our strategy and being able to explain it graphically and simply and effectively into one graphic is a challenge, but I think that it's worth the challenge. So I am working on that. Budget development, again, that's where we're going to translate all of this data and all of the things I'm working with the data analytics team on into our strategy and then into our budgets. After we fill in all of the information for each division and the information about each funding source that we have, you know, we have to review and refine, which I would imagine is going to take a while. But we're building that into our schedule. And then formal adoption, formal approval and finalization is going to rest on you folks. And then we implement. So once we have a budget that we feel great about, and that we have your blessing on, we will go ahead and implement that. And then monitor that performance. One of the great things about ClearGov, I feel like I should be on their commercial right now, but one of the great things about ClearGov is that this is an ongoing reporting document or software as well. So at any time we update our data on a monthly basis, I can produce any type of financial report that you could ever even imagine. So if you wanted to see revenues by a certain division or by a certain fund or even by a certain type, we can mix and match data. Whatever you'd like to see is possible with the software. So I'm really excited about the prospect of having a much more robust reporting package for you all in 2027 and beyond.
How did uploading the historic data go? Are we able to look back into years into the past as well?
Yeah, so far, we don't wanna, I went back to 2016 with the data file that I sent to the team. They recommend that we don't go back too far, simply because it starts to get a little bit confusing in terms of how the data is laid out. So 2022 forward seems like a good place that we've landed on that keeps our information historic and gives us a good guide, but also doesn't go too far back in the weeds, since we have changed organizations and we have, this used to be here, now it's here. So some of that information gets a little conflated the further back you go, but yes, absolutely. So any type of information you would want going back to 2022, that is going to display in our budget book, so that people can see what the actuals are, and then obviously what we're proposing, and then finally what's adopting. Great. So next is 2027 budget priorities. Colton alluded to this, and I think it's worth repeating. Maintaining core county services. We don't want to give up anything. People come to depend on us as a county, and we have core functions that we have to do and that we have to provide, and making sure that we protect funding for those essential services is paramount. Investing strategically in people, infrastructure, and technology. I don't want to just say this is a fancy software. Yay, we did it. A lot of other things come into play. So yes, we may have some really wonderful technology that helps us work smarter and not harder, but we also have to look at our infrastructure and also our investment in our people. Improving operational efficiency. So not only am I going to improve my operational efficiency by making this budget book in hopefully less than half the time it would normally take me with the software, but hopefully identify more opportunities, even by just process improvement. So taking a team of folks that say, give them a stack of sticky notes and say, what are we doing? How do you think we could do this better? And let's work together to identify some of those new efficiencies.
Will you be using this because I see it can help with capital project tracking as well?
Yep, there's an entire module in ClearGov for capital projects. Operational budgets, capital budgets, and personnel budgeting.
And then, an example of operational efficiencies was it's kind of the difference between looking at the bottom line dollar on the budget and what is the work actually going to. And a great example would be, we got a hell of a deal by going to Springbrook. It's cheap, but we spend a colossal amount of manpower dealing with it, including being the only one who still writes paper checks.
Wow.
We spend $20,000 a year on checks alone. Not to mention the time it takes to write them and mail them, and when we should just be using electronic payments.
Yeah.
We have vendors that don't even know what to do with checks anymore because nobody does it. So this software is one of those things where now that those hours that were spent writing checks can be spent doing something else that's actually fixing something and improving, and not just, very 1960s level administrative work. And so that's one of the examples of if operational efficiencies kind of grow your staff capacity without growing your staff, right? And because you're taking away or improving tasks that have to get done, but are just taking too much time.
Yeah, thanks, Colton. I think,
And thank you for pointing that out.
yeah, I actually didn't figure out the manual checks part until about a month and a half ago, and I really almost cried. And then I didn't really know what to do, because I was like, wait a second, I have to print manual. So that was quite a shock, but opening the door to possibly having an ERP system in the county, that Springbrook is an ERP system. I use the term lightly, but loosely. But having an effective ERP system will help our company.
Record something.
Oh, I can't tell you. even just to close a month, there are processes that we have to go through from one software to another, to another, to another, eventually into Springbrook. And every time one of my staff or any staff member touches that data, there's a real good chance that it's going to get messed up. So the more operational efficiency we can have with an ERP system, or at least bringing ourselves into the 21st century, is an opportunity that I think we would be remiss not to take. So definitely looking into that. Also prioritizing critical needs. That's in a county that is like ours, given our revenue situation and just how we are different than most counties in Colorado, we do have to prioritize our critical needs. What do I need in the finance department? Do I need 2 more FTEs to help me run reports? That would be nice, right? It's not critical. Like, let's think of some critical items that we absolutely have to have, things that are legally mandated. We need to talk about those. And we need to make sure that we're justifying them. So before we're bringing any type of information like that to you all, we are going to make sure that our request up and that we have all the information clear and available for you to make decisions for yourselves. Planning for long-term stability. So this is, again, I'm not just in this for the next few months. This is something that every organization really needs to spend a lot of time on. And it's hard to say in 10 years, here's where we're going to be. But what I would like to make sure that we can say is that in 10 years, given this situation, or this situation, this is where we can be. And here's what we would like to strive for. And if something really terrible comes up, here's what we can plan on for that long-term financial stability. And then also maintaining flexibility for emergencies, George, just like you said. We don't know when the next emergency is going to happen. That's why they're called emergencies. So we need to be thoughtful about how we're financially planning for those. Next slide.
Does that help you, George? After hearing what she just said?
Yeah, I mean, I would still tinker with the acronym, but that's,
I am guaranteeing you that I will go back to my desk and rework that acronym.
I mean,
Yeah.
not the most important thing we're discussing here today.
Now I'm stuck on it. So for department expectations for 2027, I kind of alluded to this kind of through all of the things I've been saying, but reviewing existing budgets, analyzing where we're at current year, analyzing where we have been and where we need to go, identifying efficiencies. Again, how can we make this thing be a lot more efficient? Not only for our human capital, but also our constituents. And we need to justify new requests, like I just mentioned. It would be nice if I could have a case of pink paper, but do I need a case of pink paper? Probably not. I think prioritizing needs and identifying risks are really important. Sometimes we get caught up in the day-to-day and I'm trying to figure out how to run a report in Springbrook when maybe I should be focusing on identifying major risks. And that's time that I think I would love to have in the coming months, to really strategically put us in a better situation than we are. Submitting realistic revenue estimates. This is another tough one. I was actually just talking to one of my colleagues today about, I think our revenue doesn't look too bad, comparing to 3 months ago when I started and I thought, oh, do I really want this job? But then my colleague said, but how are we going to get more revenue? Like, what does that look like? And we started brainstorming and, I want to be realistic, but I also want to have high hopes and I also want to be creative. And I also want to make sure that we can work together and come up with these strategies. And then meeting established deadlines. I can't do this all by myself, so I'm gonna need everyone's help to make sure that I get the data that I need and more importantly, the data that you will eventually need to make decisions. Next slide. So the budget calendar, this might fluctuate just a little bit, but again, July and August kickoff and department requests, so we're in the thick of it. Heading into September, which is way closer than I want it to be, is finance review. And me and my staff are gonna pour through every piece of financial data and give recommendations to Colton, obviously our division directors, kind of looking at the data to see how we can better it or make it more efficient. October is leadership review. So Colton and senior leadership are going to evaluate everything that we've put together. And we're going to go through it with a fine tooth comb. Do we need to have, 10 meetings to discuss one issue or two issues? Probably not, but this is going to be a really good time for us to strategize and make sure that what we're presenting is thoughtful. November BOCC workshops, I envision making sure that you all have what you need to make decisions by December. And I can't believe I'm thinking about December, but that will be when we adopt our 2027 budget and all the magic happens and we implement it. So what makes this year different? I
Okay.
think to go through this quickly, because I've already touched on a lot of it, but standardizing processes and procedures. Everyone needs to know what they do, why they do it, and how long it takes. And if I have one person step out, I want to make sure that the other person I have can step in and say, okay, here's my roadmap, I got it. Year-round budget management, again, this isn't something that I just spend 3 months on and then call it good. I want to make sure that monthly and quarterly reportings going forward are useful and accurate. Monthly financial reportings, again, I want to keep this cadence going. I've started doing monthly budget reporting. I want to keep that going and I want to make it more robust with whatever technical help I can get. Improving the budget calendar. I am used to starting my budget typically in April. So I think next year there's a good opportunity for me to relook at what this budget calendar is and how we can improve and give ourselves more time to be more thoughtful. Great.
The key there is getting through the audit faster, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't mean that as a critique.
Well,
No.
it's a good time to plug ClearGov on that too.
Yeah, so ClearGov is going to help us going forward. So next year, we will have a lot of information available literally at our fingertips that will be so much easier to put together and send to our auditing team. Right now, again, what happens is because we have 9 or 10 different systems that we have to funnel into Springbrook, it's hard to get all of that coordinated and presented out of our system of record, which is Springbrook, to our CPAs. It just takes a lot of time and a lot of manual labor, and especially now, I'm brand new, Donnell is still brand new, our senior accountant. And so next year, we will have tools at our disposal to make this much more efficient. And that includes not only our audit, but our grant reporting. ClearGov also has a grant reporting module that we can look at in the future that will help us really streamline that part of our business as well, because right now we have a database that the former grant administrator has with wonderful files and a lot of different things in a lot of different places. But we don't have one place where we can really go and say, yep, we're missing a report for that grant. So using that and strategic use of ClearGov, I plugged that enough. So next steps. Department begins budget development. finance, that includes me, it includes Sarah, it includes Donnell. We're available for any type of department meetings you need to have. As well, I'm sure Caroline's team is happy to help on the HR side of things. Submitting requests by established deadlines, reviewing assumptions throughout the process, and building a target that supports county priorities. And that is the rest of it. I'm sorry, I got a little winded. Excited to start this. I've started it. I'm excited to finish this process with you all and hopefully produce something that's easy to understand and transparent.
So I think from y'all's perspective, one of the things you will notice differently is we're probably gonna attempt to, if it's okay with the board, go away from the division by division asks again, and we will just highlight to y'all. The division directors will still talk to you about these additional requests, but we have that existing list already. And then have a little bit more of a collaborative, those workshops won't be so structured, right? If the board still has a question about something they saw last year that's still on that list, the people there will be able to answer. Largely, we all understand where we are financially, so you're not going to see a lot of new. There might be some, but they will have the opportunity to speak directly to the board as usual. We're just, because we have the same commission, we probably will have to do those individual workshops again, maybe next year, because we'll have a new commissioner. But we would like, for the sake of just staff time and board time and not having, we had 8 meetings last year on budget. Just condense it to take advantage of the fact that we've already done it, and we're largely, as an organization, not to speak for the elected officials, but at least my staff, happy with where we are as far as we know we have some needs, but we're getting through it. And if we still have something that's a problem, we'll re-elevate it again. Or if those priorities have changed a little bit, but it'll be a little bit more of a hybrid, just to keep the number of public meetings on it down. Because we did all that work last year. I will say we probably will be talking a little bit more about capital this year, because we will be trying to fund some of that off the revenues from the buildings to start getting caught up.
I hear you being a lot more comfortable representing the desires of your reports, which is appropriate. Colleagues, I think especially with respect to the elected offices, but not solely, there's a need for direct communication to the board. I would still love to have a work session with every elected office for them to talk to the board about their budget and their needs, and for us to ask questions about what they've been up to regarding operational efficiencies, et cetera. Is that part of your plan?
Yes, the electeds will probably still need to do it themselves. I would not feel comfortable speaking or telling them they can't speak to you or anything like that. I think for our staff, though, we're just going to try to be a little bit more strategic, since I think we've been communicating a lot. We have a lot of background. We have a pretty good list. Now there might be a few things where people feel really strongly that they want the board to hear it, and I'm not going to stand in the way of that, but I'm trying to make this a little bit more efficient than it was last year.
And there's an important principle in here with respect to any request from anywhere in the organization. And I don't hear what you're saying, being at odds with that. There's some language on this slide about department expectations that I just want to highlight. Number 3, it says requests without justification will not be advanced. Number 4, it talks about finance will need to make difficult trade-offs. I just want to make sure we're on the same page about who's making trade-offs. And I think it's us.
Yeah, it is you. What we mean by justification is that you didn't provide any business case to the board.
Yeah.
At all. Like, it's like you just say, I need this with no explanation. What we mean by requiring justification is that you need to give the board the decision it needs to fairly make a decision, not say you can't ask for something, right? It's to say, if you don't justify the request in some way, I can't present it to the board, right? Because that's just having an expectation of like a baseline of work that goes into asking the board for something.
Yeah, and I hope that you both would have confidence in the board to make sure there are adequate consequences for half-baked proposals. Right? Like we can play that role too.
Mhm.
It's really, really important to me that I have lived in an organization where needs were not advanced to the board. And it's a very important principle that when needs are expressed, they're advanced to the board.
Mhm.
And so I think a little bit of a shift in language on number 3 and 4 could help clarify that for me and
Okay.
for staff.
That's fair.
And you know, I mean, if I get a half baked proposal, I think any one of the 3 of us would be happy to call that out.
Mhm.
And folks should know that there's a high standard here, right? So I appreciate that you're communicating the standard. So I wanted to mention that. So to summarize, I think I'm not super into much process change regarding the elected offices.
Okay.
I really loved the way we did it last year. I think they loved it too.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that requests are being advanced to us in some way that is transparent. There's this thing that is in our budget book that is maybe a little unique to Clear Creek County, which is we report FTEs in our budget book. I would love for that not to go away.
It's standard.
it-
So one quick thing about ClearGov is that we have an actual checklist in order to even apply for the GFOA award, which kind of dictates all the wonderful information that's supposed to be in a budget book. ClearGov incorporates a checklist, and so it won't, like, I have it turned on, so I can't get out of it until I check mark all those things.
Yeah, it is. We do it, I think, more transparently than anyone, as someone who has spent a lot of time stalking other people's budget books. But it's normally in there in some way, but we will make sure we highlight it because it is really important that people understand how we're staffed. Where we're staffed. Yeah.
It's important for the board. I mean, county, this is going to be your first county budget process. The interaction between the board and the elected offices on budgets is challenging.
Mhm.
And not trying to express distrust around any elected official that's here, but we need a system that can make sure that what was happening in the past can't be repeated without the board doing. And what was happening in the past was FTEs were being moved all over the place.
Mhm.
We had a board, I'll give you just one example. We had a board fund a recreation patrol position. That position was filled. It lasted for about a year. And then when that person left, the FTE was put somewhere else in that budget and the board was not even made aware for another year plus afterwards. And that's why, you know, real clear with historic context, FTE reporting and budgets is really, really important for us.
Yeah, and that's why any mid-year changes to staffing or in any capacity, we still come to you guys for at least transparency, because of that, because of stuff like that. But we hear you. Yeah.
Two more colleagues. Thank you for bearing with me here. I'm looking at the department expectations slide again. I wonder if there's a step 1 that would be helpful to us as a board, which is some approach to just reviewing service demand, right? Has a division seen calls double? Has a division seen, is there a program that actually demand has dropped? Like, I'm not asking that we do, you know, a wholesale analysis every year, but some nod to how has service demand changed in the last year, I think is an important part of this process as well. Part of this, you know, trying to be responsive to changing conditions in the community. So colleagues, if you agree with that, that's a shift that I think could be helpful. And I'm sorry, I'm being thorough. This is my last chance here. And lastly, and I don't know how there's been a lot of conversation over the years about how we budget, about how we manage the budget in the middle of the year and what that means about the budget we ultimately pass. It's really easy for us to offer direction to the county manager about things like, you're not going to spend vacancy savings without direction from the board. With the elected officials, we either need a commitment that we find credible or a system of controls to make sure that, for example, vacancy savings aren't spent on things that weren't budgeted or planned. I just want to highlight that to you, Nikki, and to you colleagues that I think that continues to be an important element of this conversation.
Absolutely.
And that's everything that's on my list of things to bring up.
Do you have any comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
We can definitely look at that with the reporting modules and see if there's a way that we can tag. Because the warrant register obviously is pretty overwhelming and it's hard to know what these things are for based on how Springbrook breaks it out. So maybe there's a way to look at that and figure out how to make that a little bit more transparent so that if something,
We can even have the data team give us customized
yeah,
reports.
that might help.
Yeah, we were talking to Gilpin about their warrant register and they do theirs way different. It's a little bit more work, but not as much information being given to them. And I don't know, after what they told me, I kind of like seeing the specific
Everything?
stuff where everything is, but that's just what I'm used
Well,
to.
I think it's also just maybe we still report everything, but we highlight things that like this is now exceeded the.
Yeah, they actually have to
this
like
line
check mark or something,
or something.
all these
Yeah.
different things before they can.
Yeah,
What they have is they have software that each commissioner individually logs in and approves expenditures, I believe, before they are made.
Oh,
And they're like
Okay.
daily getting this list in this app updated.
oh,
I am,
I think we just need to hire the right people who can.
But it's not as
Advise
specific
us.
as ours either. It's only for certain things.
sure.
Hmm.
I mean, an electronic dashboard would really help with that as well, for you to be able to have like the high level and be able to drill down into different items. It's just something that came to my mind. But yeah, we can definitely
I
explore.
guess it's like, nobody knows if we've actually read it or not unless we ask a question. But theirs, they have to click
Yeah.
those, that they have seen it.
That seems overly burdensome. I mean, I do read it and I ask Colton periodic questions
Mhm.
when I don't understand something, but my questions are getting fewer and fewer as I begin to better understand.
It's a lot of like pencils, like, but yeah, it's, we can think about that. I think now that we have a software that's actually flexible, we can think of a cute way to maybe highlight some stuff. If lines are, so say you have a budget line for outside services and it was exceeded based on this purchase, then that one gets like a special tag or something. Cause then that's how you spend vacancy savings, right? Is that you exceed a different line. You can't charge like, I don't know, a printer to your salary line. Like it
Right.
won't let you do it, but you can charge it to a different line and then your bottom line budget is still in budget, but there's like lines been exceeded. So maybe if there's a way to do that,
Modern ERP system will help greatly with things like that, especially if we can connect our revenue base to our expenditure base. I think we'll see a lot of improvement. Just even in technology, that'll make things like that a lot easier to produce. Great.
I think a way to know is a great place to start. And we're not where we were at one point. We were openly discussing only appropriating on a quarterly basis.
Huh.
I know. But it continues to be, I think, a really important thing for us to monitor.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me ramble.
All right, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break and then an executive session and eat lunch during executive session. Does that work?
Works for me.
Thank you. We're on break.
And followed up today.
Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners is now back in session in order to move into executive session for the following reasons.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and D for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in county-owned property located at 1111 Rose Street, Georgetown, Colorado, including the associated parking lot, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the transactions regarding that property interest. And pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the Board of County Commissioners to meet for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to compensation of the county attorney.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so
Executive
And Amy-
session.
Rebecca made the motion. Second, okay. Thank you.
Second.
Yep, so we're going into executive session. No written minutes will be taken, no decisions made. And we'll be back just to conclude the meeting after the executive session.
Thank you. Meeting? Oh, just The Board of County Commissioners is back in session. We are out of an executive session at which no minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are back in session.